All right, all right, all right. There's take two, I guess. I did an upgrade to the software program and it didn't fire live the first time. So I had to delete the thing and start all over again. But anyway, we're back on. Guess it's day 5 of being on my own solo. I've had a couple people ask to join the alliance. I kind of turned them down because they weren't high enough. It would probably hurt them to be in this alliance more than help them. But so far, it's just me. And that's okay for right now. I went ahead and what's going on here? Why is it? Okay, something weird going on here. Oh my gosh, what happened there? Let's see if I can change pages and go back. Oh my gosh, it took my all my stuff away. Why did it go to that mode for? That's weird. See, I'm number 1 in power now. And I passed my friend a wild card, which that's probably going to drive him nuts. Because him and another guy, the millionaire guy, wrestled for that top spot for, ever since on the last server. It doesn't really mean that much to me, to be honest with you. His ships are still stronger than me because I don't have the Emerald Chain thing from the Alliance tournaments. I'm going to have to seriously think about that. But if I stay in this alliance, as a solo alliance, that's something I'm going to have to think about. But anywho, but I got the Kretschna tiered out. I've got my big cube tiered out. I was able to take my little Kretschna up to with those new packs in this thing. I bought all 4 of them. That's probably all the spending I'm going to do this week because I've got other stuff to do. I mean, I've got resources I can use to win the leaderboard. This time it's stuck in a weird place. Instead of being a straight out event, they put it inside this Scotty event, and I don't know if I'm gonna win it or not because I've already got him to tier 2. Let's see, from the milestone event, I was able to take him to tier 2, and that may be high enough for him. But I can use him for, so you could probably, this would not be for these new invading entities, especially these right here. You could use him for, like for those Armada things here. You could probably use, let me go ahead and put my Armada crew in here. Let's see, Kryn crew, here we go. We'll use this one. Well, we're going to drastically change this though. Paris stays, Brana stays for right now. We're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna get rid of him. So we're gonna go group. Let me find my Scotty. Where's Scotty? Okay, where's Scotty? Is he doing that weird thing again where I'm gonna have to? Okay, I'm gonna put no captain. Okay, before there's a little bug with one of the officers. I can't remember which one, but I'm thinking. I'm thinking it was not Scotty. Who's the other one? Let's go. We'll go officers. I guess it was Scotty. He wasn't. Or one of them wasn't showing up. One of the new officers. You had to go back and it was this guy here, the Cleon. Uh, he wasn't showing up for some reason. You had to go in here and click on his icon. So now I'm not sure why he's not showing up in here. Wouldn't be in. Couldn't. He won't work on strength because. Oh, he would be in Strange New Worlds. Duh. Okay, that's the reason why he's not showing up front. Let's find a Strange New Worlds officer. Let's go lower deck. We can put Chapel. Or we could just use what's his name? There's Scotty right there. Oh, he doesn't have an officer's ability either. Dang it, Captain. I thought I read it was Captain, but it's not. So you're definitely not. Let's see. She does have a captain's ability, I think, but it's not a very good one. So you could actually do this and have entity galore. Okay, so now let's go. We're definitely going to use him here. I don't think Scotty says doesn't work on our non-Armada hostiles. I don't want to take a chance that he doesn't. Someone could say, well, it doesn't. Sometimes that does, but I want to take the chance because I've got other officers I could stick down here. I could stick Miss Seska here for right now. We need to see who else we got available. They need to have like a toggle. I could put Neelix in here. But I do want Jockahom in here, or Jokeum, or whatever you say his name. Still, I need to go watch that stupid movie and hear what Khan calls him. Because I've heard so many different pronunciations of this. But I gotta put him somewhere. Who do I take out of here? I don't think I'm gonna take Neelix out. So yeah, so you could use these on the entities, but the thing is my server is still, my lame ass server is still not through with stage 2 of these, and I don't have that many of those left. So they don't have how much are the 2 points? So we are 1,400 of these hostiles away from finishing the stage. I may have to step in, even though I'm done with the SMS, because I figured, hey, from my thing last time, see, we should be on the 4th stage by now. We should be, but we're not. Who passed me up in here? Oh, somebody went freaking crazy on it. Good luck with it. You can have that, brother. But anywho, so yeah, somebody went real crazy on those. There's good. I mean, the loot in here is not too bad. Out of the arc events, this flashpoint thing. Let's go here and look at the rewards. need to go into the store. The rewards in here are pretty pretty stupid. Like, I can't get another one of whatever the Klingon officer. I can't get another pull from him, and I just did it this morning because it finally cleared out from the last time. I can't get another pull for another 6 days. That's incredibly stupid, and we only got 2 more days of the event. So basically, you pull him once event. There really isn't any. You see that I did spend some loot on those artifacts. I won't do that again. That was not the best uses. The best uses right now is to either use it on, if you don't have DeMarco or this cat here. But the price for it is not real good when you can just pull it through the other part of it. Now, these exchanges are pretty nice as far as parts and stuff that you get with it. Far worth doing. The Armada part, at least. Now let's go into this thing that they come with, the Ferengi thing. Not bad, but why? Is what I'm saying. Why would you run multiple grind events together? The scheduling of these events is piss poor. They should have scheduled this event in between the invasion, not with the invasion. It's just pretty stupid. Pretty stupid. And that's the reason why it's all split up, because some people have to choose between them. Some of the stuff will score on both, but this doesn't really help if people are mining for this and not killing the hostile. And now I've got to hit the Gorn crap for no reason. Let's go. I got to fix my ships back. Go back and put my ships the way they was. But let's go ahead and we're gonna do a PVE crew setup. We're just gonna do a regular one because it's the Gorn. So I'm gonna do the Rachel Garrett and take her off, of course, and put let's see, we need Raka. Where's Mr. Raka at? Oh, we don't have any data up here. That's who we need. There you go, Mr. Data. Okay, so we're going to put Doc below. Even give us checking. Oh, he's already there. Now there was another one that had something to do with loot gain. Let's use that filter. See if it's below deck. I think that new guy's got loot gain too. Okay, Scotty. Where's Scotty's loot gain at? Armadas. So we don't want him for that. What's Dane on here? Impulse speed. Mirror universe. So we don't want him here. So I don't think there's anybody below deck that I've got. So we're going to go ahead and clear this out. Let's put below deck just in case I'm wrong. Okay, what's this cat do? Non-Armada hostile. Okay, well, yeah, we definitely want him. How far we are to tearing him up? Let's look at the upgrade. Not that far. So That might be worth tearing the dude up before we stick him in there. No, we're not going to discard. And I think he's in either DTI or the X-Borg. Let's go ahead and find him. Or Section 31 maybe even. I don't know. Well, I think there he is right here. Let's see what loot he uses. He uses the charge, so let's go ahead. I need to do some of those anyway. He uses the same stuff that Seska uses. That's the only problem. That's why I haven't really messed with him a lot. I don't think I have enough loot right now to do it. No. Okay, is there any way, if I've made all my pulls possible today? Oh, I didn't do this one. Okay. Doesn't give me anything I really need. The galactic claim you always need. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure I have this. It gives me 3,000. That might give me enough to get him a pull. I need to do some of those tonight, maybe. Be something we put on the list. Whoops, I don't want that guy. Let's see if we can get enough to make enough pulls. I don't think we're still not going to make enough. We'll get him close. Okay. We won't get him there today. We will get him there. There'll be something I'm gonna work on in here. I'll give Seska a little bit of break. She uses a lot of it anyway, so let's give her a little break. But we will go up here. Where's the next pull for some of these? We got this in a day. We could, I tell you what we could do. It's not that much, but we could go static. Give us enough for this pull when it comes up here. That's the only thing I care about right now in here, pretty much. Let's see. We definitely need to run some solos. I'm out of this loot completely, and we need to look at some of these. Is this the? I need a. Okay, so this one uses the new. All these use the new loot. These use the old loot. So let's look and see what we can get with the old loot. We got. Okay, what does this one do? Hull health and wave defense. Critical hit chance. Mitigation and wave defenses. Let's go ahead and pull that one. That looks like a good one that I haven't gotten yet. Okay, good deal. Okay, let's go. Probably means all of them are available now. I think the Romulan one's off, but all the rest of them are kind of together. Let's take it all the way to the bottom. No, they're all threes. So that's good. I got them back in sync. Okay. So Galactic Acclaim, we've got our Krechna all done. So we won't use it there. But we will use I'll take that back. I do need, and eventually I will use that shard, but right now I need the parts more than I do. So we're going to go in and we're going to make a pull in the parts. And where's that at? Here we go. Help get our hull health a little bit up from that Galactic Claim. And how much do we do for another one? we're pretty cool. That big, I was thinking it was right on the edge, or I might have when I got that other one. So we're going up higher with it, even though it probably won't until I get it up a little higher. It's not going to be. I got it set at my number 3 hole, but I'm starting to steal people on lower deck from it and put in other ships. Because pretty much my cube and my crutch is number 1, and I've got it. You know, who's alpha here? You pull them back. Who's in there? Who did I pull? Oh, Hugh. I think I put him in the. You got 2 spots open now. I don't think I need Hugh in there. We're not doing armadas, so we can put Mr. Scotty in here, I believe. Okay, let's take this loot rewards thing off. We'll use him, but not this one. McCoy for sure needs to be in here. Let's put Scotty in there too. So we're gonna do twofold. We're gonna go here and do the stupid Gorn thing. We're gonna go to the biggest system possible. Get that all done. Where's it at? Let me go big. So yeah, see what's funny about is this wheel on here, you know, zooming in and zoom out. It's just the opposite on the other mouse. And that's the one I've never really got, still getting used to when I change to the gaming mouse. Okay, 140. Oh, I got my Kretschner still. Thought that didn't look right. Okay. Let's take I just want to get this over with. Man, I was so hoping that in the archives that we could get rid of this. Well, I guess I couldn't master it anyway. My stupid ship isn't all the way up. So I guess it would be a waste to put it in or have it like something like the X board where I can make loot pools to where I don't have to go up here and grind anymore for the refinery. That would be awesome. And that was kind of what we were hinting was going to happen. They didn't specifically say this, the Gorn, but really those are that, and I guess they could do the Zindi, but I think most people who were able to engage with the content when the content was part of an arc like this one should be done with it for the most part. Oh man. So though it would be guess it would be better for the newer players once they tiered out their NX-01. But yeah, I forgot there's that ship element. So even if they put the Gorn in here, because my ship is like tier 10 or something like that, I'd still have a ways to go before I could master it. Let's see, where's the stupid ship? Let's see. It's one of the weaker ones. There we go. My relative, okay, you got to upgrade, so mine will be tier 11 after I get the next upgrade, which it won't. Well, yeah, it'll be a long ways away because look how big the upgrade is for this stupid loot. It's like I got 60,000, which would be a lot for the other loots, but not for this piece of crap. So I've got one more upgrade to do, and then I can take it to 11. All right, let's get that piece of crap off the line. I mean, I don't know if there's probably no mechanic I hate worse than this one. Maybe the Stella Exchange, but that's been long obsolete. I'm talking about the ones that are uh, active for me to do. Um, now, sure. Now, if the rewards weren't so completely awesome, I would easily say the augment loop because of all the bull crap you have to do. It's worse. I don't know. This new loop is worse. Might be the worst one because it has the most little rewards. I mean, at one time this was a good sourcing of these officers that were connected, the Voyager officers, and I think the Strange New World officers are in the refinery. Really good, really good sourcing for those officers. Um, but it was the whole thing of really having to make 2 runs um, to make the. Oh, I gotta take. How did that get toggled off again? Is that some kind of bug now? Come on. What's going on here? Okay. Must have when I upgraded it, it finished up the daily. I mean, that's good. So I guess the biggest thing is I not only unlocked the new Scotty, I actually took him to tier 2 through the event today because I was right on the edge. I was highly debating using this thing because it would put me pretty. I was thinking about, oh, this will put me to tier 2. I'll do this other event. I didn't. The new event today it had in the SMS was Scotty, so I finished the SMS and one of the other events had the other event in that thing had Scotty ones too, and that triggered it, which put me Scotty at tier 2, and I need 80, 100. Well, let's see, no, I'll need 172 shards, and I think he gives you. Let's look into the actual. Go in the store where you redeem it, and you get 130 shards. So that would put me not quite there. It's going to be pretty much to seeing where I'm going to finish in that leaderboard event. Because if I'd pull that and do the leaderboard event, I would be able to take him probably to tier 3 easily. But do I want to do that? That's got to be the $1 million question. But the way it times out, I might be able to see if I win the event, and then I can decide. Because the event gives you. See, I'd rather it had those officer tokens myself. Another one of those than actually Scotty. Even though Scotty's a pretty decent officer, there are better officers I could. Like I'm real close on tearing out Giorgio. I'd rather have DeGiorgio shards than him, to be quite honest with you. And then you get a Ferengi. I think you get the one you saw me make that pull a few minutes ago, and not the regular. So you get 100, and then if I pull the other one, I'll get I would definitely. But I like to see where I finish. I don't know how much harder I'm gonna go with this. This was just normal upgrades for me this morning. I haven't really The only how I got there is think, did I make one or two? No, I think I made one upgrade here. I already had enough juice before even the packs to uh, do one tier on the Kretsch because I've been saving it. And no, I probably needed one, but anyway, I put tiered it up. I tiered it from I tiered it all the way. Not use those packs in the store that they had for the event to take it to tier 9 and to 10. So I was able to do these last 4 upgrades at 8, and then that new pack gave me enough to where it's at right now. If that makes any sense. Okay, let's see. I would love to get this one done. What's holding me back? A lot of parts. Okay. And let's see. And what else? Now I need to go back. Right now, I think probably the research is more important. Let's go back and see what we got here. The one I'm wanting to get done is this one. And I need that to 10. And you can see it was like at 2, so I took it up 4. And there was other ones I had to do to be able to free that one up. What does this one take? Let's go ahead and do that one. Let's see if that's my picture. That's not my view. Okay, no, it wasn't. I was making sure that wasn't my vehicle doing that. I mean, I didn't think it was because at least on my little those fob things, mine's real sensitive. It's gone off at a bad times before. Okay, what's this one needs? This one needs. What do we need? Isolated defense. We need that one. Did it say to 7? Whoops. No, I can do that one if I can. How much ore do I need? Probably those. I probably need to do these first. I actually want. I got to get that to 7 before I can get these weapons. And then this one's also. Yeah, I got to do the defense. Let's see. Okay. Since I'm not going to be doing alliance tournaments this time around, I'm going to go ahead and go in the event store and start pulling my choice rewards. I've already done a few of them already, but I'm going to start pulling them. I was going to try to do enough just to finish it. And I do have some multis left. What is in the store that can I? Is it telling me I can do? Okay, I'm looking. Cosmic cleanup. Oh, yeah. Do that one. That's really the only thing in here that I can really pull that I want. They really need. I know they did a little bit of a upgrade on it, but not much. Not most people. That didn't even do anything for actually. Okay, so it did help some. It did help some lower players though. Okay, let's go ahead and use the rest of my multis. Yeah, that's all I can do, that one. Okay, so we'll use our multis, and that'll help this down the road too. Now let's go into there and see what we can do. What do I need for this one? I hate when they make you do. I hate when they do that crap where they make you use stuff for crap you don't want. Now I'd rather use it for here, and that's where I am going to use it. Okay. That's one good thing about not having to build any buildings, so I got plenty of this I can speed it up through. We'll wait 18 seconds. So hey guys, just say hello. Let me know what server you're on. Okay, now we can. Where do I gotta put this to get the overdrive? 6. Oh my gosh. Man, that won't be easy. Just do 2. I gotta take it all the way to 6. That blowed. Because I don't have any problem with armadas, so this is like a waste. Okay, but I do want this one done. So, I was gonna go see Superman with my little nephews today, but they're all booked with little parties and little things with their little friends, so I didn't. It's not going to happen. I'm kind of disappointed. Even though I really don't. It's more for them than me, because honestly, I really wouldn't want to. I don't want to support James Gunn for what he did to Henry Cavill, but the little boys want to see Superman, and I'll do it. I'll go for them, but I was wanting to kind of boycott the movie because what they did to Henry Cavill. And I've heard mixed things about this movie from whether it's really good or not. See what you got here is you got these internet warriors, or I guess YouTube warriors actually, that crap on movies before they even had a chance to see them. You've got some of that factor going on. But the same people hated the Snyder until Snyder got kicked out. You know, they did the same thing to. It kind of happened right when Batman versus Superman in the last season of Game of Thrones. All these YouTube critics came and crapped all over those things before they even saw one frame of the movie. I can't tell you whether it's going to be a piece of crap or not, but I've heard from some people that don't like it. And I don't know if they're just doing it because they go back and see how good Henry Cavill was as Superman. And the sad thing is that they ruined that relationship forever. I don't even think that. I know that he loved playing Superman, and I don't think that will ever happen, even though all these these internet keyboard warriors are all like thinking that he would just come back, and why would he? Why would he? I mean, I would love for him to be able to go and do the Ben Affleck the standalone Batman movie, because from what I heard about the script on it, it sounded like it could be up right there with the Nolan Batman stuff. Because Affleck is a fan, he's a comic book fan, and Batman especially. I think in the house that Kevin Smith bought, he actually made like a thing where the bookcase opens up like he did, for the Batcave in it, So, yeah. So you got somebody that actually knows Batman, doesn't do like what's his name? Matt Reeves is Batman, that he doesn't really understand Batman, and he makes part of the storyline. Really, the only thing that separates Batman from Frank Castle is the moral code he gets to trying to be the type of man his father was. So they make his father a shady character, that that a shady character. So there goes his moral code. He just doesn't understand Batman. It was a good story, but and to me, it was kind of a concerted effort. You saw at the same time the Joker insinuates that Thomas Wayne wasn't the kind of man that he's always been in the comic, that he could have possibly had an affair with his maid, and even though that kind of proved that that was one of his delusions, but still. And then you had Pennyworth, where Thomas Wayne kills his father to take over Wayne Enterprises. So, to me, it was a concerted effort to really. It was right during all the social justice thing, the height of all that crap. They were trying to put out the message that no wealthy person could be a good person, is my whole belief, because that can't be a coincidence. That Batman has always got his moral code from trying to live up to be the kind of man that his father was, that he doesn't kill bad guys. He's doing stuff to be for the greater good. And I think that Nolan pegged it. Because first, what was Bruce Wayne ate up with for vengeance? And he went into the courtroom, was going to kill the man that killed his mother and father, and the gangster guy beat him to it. Instead, and when he was dumped to the club where he was at, he saw the error of the ways. Threw the gun in the. Well, he did that before, I think. I don't know, but he saw the error of his ways. Then he went through the path that we saw him, where he ends up with Ra's al Ghul. And again, he had the chance to take that path of being really a vigilante. Even though that they want to make Batman a vigilante, he really isn't. Even though he operates outside the law in that sense, he's not Frank Castle. Even though I love Frank Castle, Frank Castle is all about vengeance and right and wrongs and everything, and has no line that he won't cross. Well, Batman does, and a lot of it is because of his dad, and trying to live up to that thing. The kind of man his father was. He would, because no one had that dead on. Where You know, his father was a multi-billionaire, but yet he still went. He's a doctor and spends his time being a doctor instead of in a boardroom. So that's always been Thomas Wayne. It's not what Matt Reeves is doing with Batman. I don't know what they're gonna do with part two, because why if his dad wasn't the man he thought he was, why does the Batman need that moral code that he has anymore? You know, why doesn't he just freaking why doesn't he become the Flashpoint Batman, Thomas Wayne, when his son and his wife goes insane? You know, his son gets murdered, and he becomes the vigilante that's like a cross between Batman and Frank Castle. Now, does he go that route? Because the stuff that he built all his whole thing on is just went crumbling down. So I don't know. Anywho, let's get back to the game. So I don't think I'm going to do, let's see. Now the other ones I really need to do is this one. So I'm going to go in here and see if I can get some more whole health. The isolated defense, that one I need to do. See, they all take freaking ore. Every one of these. All competing for the same resource. Now I could just go in and buy a battleship pack, but I'm not going to do that. That'd be the best way to source the ore. But let's go in here and use these tokens up. I'm just going to use them all on, now I see where I need for this. I'm going to go ahead and use them all on, I was saving this for Alliance tournaments, but since I'm a solo guy now, I'm not even going to bother with Alliance tournament. Not really a whole lot in there except for the Emerald Chain crap, but I got to wait till I got a few more people in the Alliance, or if I decide to stay this way. That hasn't been 100% yet. But actually right now I don't even know if one of the other alliances reached out. I don't know if there's any of them that I want to join. To be totally honest. None of them have any appeal to me. It's more the same crap. Now, now the alliance I was in when we were on 75, before the Admiral had in his head we're going to have just every arc we were going to merge, and they were doing all this manipulation of the game and stuff like that. It was a good alliance. We voted on big decisions. We had a lot of fun, but like I said, he decided he wanted to try to manipulate the whole game, and it rubbed a lot of people wrong. We lost some good people out of our alliance. A lot of them quit the game because it became not fun anymore. And I really don't blame them. If I was as stubborn as I was at the time, that I was gonna not quit because put that in somebody else's destiny. But it got where it was no fun because the people that we raided and messed around with, they were all protected now. There was a bunch of us that used to do stuff together at night. because I was, I would work nights, and most of the time, you guys see on my days off, I almost keep similar hours. So at night, we would rule the night on the servers we were on. And I thought about, like I said, I thought about using the name for if I keep the alliance, I might do that still. Name the alliance the Night's Watch. And I won't spell it like Game of Thrones, I'll do it with a K instead of an N. Okay, are we done with it? Maybe? Let's see. Season pass. Yeah, we're already done with the milestones. I don't care about grinding anymore, so let's let it finish its the ones I got marked, and we'll be done with it. That was pretty quick. Well, I guess it is because I can pop 70s. I don't know, a lot of some of the lower players might not be able to do it that quick, but that was pretty quick. If we take out all the time I was doing the research. Okay. So we're done with that. Let's go into the Flashpoint events. No, we need to go in here and see if that helps me get any more officers. No, it does not. See, I've been pulling Quasi. What I really want is more of the other loot so I can get her done. And I'm close. I'm not too far away. That's not far at all. That's why I was hoping they had that event today, because that event would have tiered her out and then gave me loot that I could start working on one of these. I probably would go with Billups first. But I'm kind of disappointed on that. I was hoping we'd get the loot, another deal. But it's nice to get Scotty, though. All right, let's go ahead and recall it. Now, oh yeah, I'm in the wrong. Yeah, I forgot. You got to go into the stupid season pass thing, and then you get the loot. Yeah. I do need to buy the wave defense pass. I haven't done that. Okay, now we can get to officers. Now I can. Okay, I got enough to get a 5 chest pull. And that slowly gets him there. I don't think I'll get him. I think they're going to be running this pretty. Not this. I don't know if this one, but I know they're going to run the other one pretty often. All right. Let's see. We got my. We'll definitely do a full. Do we do a full pull? Why not? I've got to mine it later tonight too. Anyway, for the ticketed event. Is there any more of these that need to be done? I don't think so. Okay, I actually do need to go mine some of this. I'm not going to do it today on the stream, but off stream I'll probably do it. Okay. That's the only one I'm gonna use that on. I don't think I got any more. Okay, that's good. What have I got in here that I can pull? Oh, one for the building. Let's see where I'm at the building. Maybe it might not be a bad idea if I'm close of tearing it up one. Might not be an idea. I mean, you can buy it. It's real expensive in that store, but Let's see how close we are to another. And we're really close. Let's see what that, in that store, I noticed it was in one of them. The Flashpoint, materials, currencies, let's see. DTI. War room. Okay, let's see what that cost. Okay, that's a lot. That would definitely help me. So maybe I save this for the next. I'll have to look at that. That's something to really think about. One of these had whatchamacallits in it. I know, I saw it. Ship blueprints, currency, ship parts. Oh, in this store. This is where it was, I think. Yeah. So you get 30 for, I think maybe 2 pulls would get it. Or would get me really close at least. Okay. I don't think I got anything left. No. We'll see how close that gets me to making an upgrade on that building. Oh man, 1 off. You gotta be joking. Oh. 1 off. They did that on purpose somehow. All right. So what do we got left to do? Let's look at the events. I think the events kind of light because of how heavy the grinds are on the other ones. So yeah, I'm done with even, I think, except for the mining one, I'm actually done with all the daily stuff too. Come on. How much far am I on that one? Yeah, I wish I could. I have nothing I can build though. That's except for the gimmick buildings. Oh, I got COVID. Woke up with a headache. I took some Aleve before I went to bed, so I probably need to take another one. I had a toothache last night at work. I was kind of miserable with it. I've got a cracked tooth. Thought it was dead, but he kind of proved to me that it kind of proved itself it's not. Oh, how many of these are? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're separate loot, so I didn't just screw myself on maybe. I don't know. I have to really think about it. I'm looking at the other stuff because I'm not gonna have another. I can still do so. If I don't do quasi again, I need to get the war room stuff. Let's see. Let's go back to that. Ship parts, materials, and currency. Let's go. We need 37,000 of it. So if I don't use it on the rest of the way, if I don't use it on anything else, and I got that seasonal pass. Let's see what's in the seasonal pass. Yeah, I could easily use it to help me get some war room help. And that's where I'm going to use it from this point on. I know that I'd like to get quasi a little bit higher, but in my overall game, I think this will help me out more. Because next payday, I am going to buy a building pack to see if I can get this thing finished out. And I'm really close to getting this one finished out. But there's no way I'm going to go in the store and buy any of this for this last. I'm on my last tier, and I need basically less than five. Well, more than 500. About, just slightly over 500. And I think it's about probably like might be 4 days pulls. I think it's like 160 something it gives you. So probably Tuesday I'll have that done. That'll be nice. Let's look at the other two gimmick buildings. How far away am I? Not too far away from that one. Probably about a week before I take it up to 69. The archives room. Pushed the wrong thing. Okay. Not too far from it either. I'm just sitting on the bulk. What to finish it. I definitely wouldn't spend any money on that. Forget that. But this one is just too hard to come by. We don't get the War Room event enough to really augment it. It's really the only one of these I'd probably augment because it does have the two that help your ship the most are this one, as far as the gimmick buildings go. Now these all help those all help your ships too. This one's interceptor. All of them are just this one. I think this one's battleship. Explorer, and this was just ships in general. What did this one do? Yeah, it gives you a little bit of both shield and hull. That one's already done. That one's just an efficiency. I think this is a defense for your platforms. So that's more of a station one, I guess. Yeah, there are a bunch of stuff to do if you're behind, especially. But my server kind of makes the Flashpoint event easy because they still are on they're still on the second stage. Oh, did they finish it? No, that's me. My SMS. I finished the thing. Where's my stupid server? How much do we need to unlock? Oh, they're getting really close. You only need 66 points. I actually need the loot, actually. So we're going to go up there and we're going to grind some of these. We're going to go ahead and let's see. I'm not going to use that crew. Let's go down and get my augments. I like this crew for this. But you know what I can do? Since now that I got this cat, I'll put him in his place. And let's look at the below deck. Is there anybody I want to get rid of? I need to look at the hostile, see if they don't have isolytic apex on here, then quasi we'll go up there and do a quick run and see. I need to scan one of them. I didn't do it the other day. I just stuck my augment crew and they did really well against it. So I just never really experimented with other possibilities. And that was probably, when I had a ship that was really much stronger than those hostiles, it's kind of harder to do. Maybe what I'll do is I'll experiment using lesser ships and see what we can find the best crew for these hostiles. That might be a way to go, actually. But we're gonna we're gonna take the cube up here and who did I got? Okay, I've got Janeway, New Scotty, and Giorgio on it. Now, like I said, if they don't have Apex Burial as part of their defense, then we might want to go ahead and replace Giorgio and Quasi off of there. But right now, I actually need the loot more. So, even though I've been done, I finished the SMS the first day. I woke up like at 11 o'clock the day that it popped, and couldn't go back to sleep before work. So I just went ahead and grinded a little bit. Usually that sometimes makes me sleepy, and it did the trick. I actually finished the whole SMS and that day, because went out there, did a run in that token space with my biggest G6 ship, mining ship, and did like 2 or 3 runs in it was either this space or that space, and I was done with the last one. And I needed loot for the deal because I'd spent all of it last time, so I went ahead and did those armadas. So I finished all 4 of them in 2 hours, basically. But I would like to do a couple more armadas because especially the rare ones. I'm low on the rare. And we'll go into, I think the rares are in this system. Now I got Scotty. I might be able to maybe not this time, but if I can get him to tier 3, I might be able to go up there and do those 70s. Okay. Let's see who this is. Oh, my buddy. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll send a Kretsch up here for him. But I think I got my whole crew back. Let's see. Let's put him back. All right, so let's just stick it with people. Below deck, I don't think I got any. We'll just stick these guys in there. Okay, let's go up and get our buddy. All right. Yeah, because he's not even doing the event. If he was doing the event, I think I might leave him alone, but he's up here auto grinded. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of the juice. Hopefully a whole bunch more will hit him while he's sitting there. I think that one's chasing me. But see, the problem is the cube's never where it shows it is a lot of times, unless it's sitting there dead like that. I got some rewards for doing this. Wonder where I got the tokens. I didn't know there was any available for me to get. Did I put us over the top here? Come up here and grinding? Yeah, I got all those, so there's nothing. No, I'll push the same one. Oh yeah, I did. I put us over the top. Oh. All right. I do need to grind this. I'm gonna fill the hole up, at least with the loot, and then I'll pop my buddy here, and then we'll put the Armada. We'll put the Crim crew in here. We'll put. I don't know. Should I put Scotty in there? We'll look at it. We'll see. The problem is there's really no good cap. If his officer ability was captain ability, it would be a no-brainer. You could make a really good crew using like DeMarco, Dash, and him. That would be a great crew if that his officer ability was his captain ability. Okay, so let's get him. And I've got his chaser first. There you go. Bye-bye, diver. All right, let's go back. So we're going to go do some rares. Huh, you know what? I got an idea. I need to use a max fortification. Let's gamble on the whatchamacallits there. We got to get them both back first. I'm going to go pour me some Dr. Pepper. Hey, server 36 Ops 53. Good deal, man. Thanks for everybody for watching. We're going to do what we do here, and you're gonna see some probably later on. I need to start watching the territories real quick. Oh, cool. What server are you on? $41? How good of a server is that? Is it a farming server? I hope one day I'll put this every time that they put the question out there for transfer tokens. I would love to be in. My alliance is at war. Do you like being at war? I do. I wish that's the reason I left my last alliance, because they friended our enemy. One of the lower players decided to take it on their own, even though the last time one of them did that, one of the lower player Commodores did that. The admiral and the guy that's the co-admiral of the deal told me that no one could be able to change the diplomatic status but them going forward, and they did it anyway. The other two alliances are your alliance. I mean, that's one thing I'm kind of disappointed, because I could show people how to thrive during the war situations. You got to have a different mindset than the farming mindset you see, like on this server. How to mine, how to still do your events and still kick butt in the game and still be at war. No Discord for I don't like Discord. I'm not on the. I was never on my Alliance Discord. The only two I do have a Discord, but it doesn't have anything in it. But I will give y'all the thing. I did put. Yeah, you guerrilla mining, exactly. You send miners out that you know that that they're not going to come back, and be okay with that. That's how you do it. You go out and it also is great because you can go. I mean, it gives you license to go out and take resources from your enemy. So you can thrive being at war. You just have to change. You have to use your brain a little bit. The biggest thing, never be predictable. If you're a guy that mines in the same system at the same time every night, of course you're going to get crushed every time. But what you do is you mix stuff up. You put Grush in. You mine outmine your opponents. Far as ops, far as distance and warp level. You do different things. You don't mine in the same system every night. And you don't do it at the same time every night either. And to do your dailies, it doesn't, especially with these G6 ships, it doesn't take long. Send me pics. I post pics of my... What kind of pics do you want? I'm going to send my last PvP fight. Okay. Now, PvP is like right now I don't have my regular crew in here because I use part of it to like Jockelm. He's not in here, or Jokeum or whatever. Like I said, I've heard so many people pronounce like I need to go to that movie and watch that movie and see how Khan pronounces his name. Yeah, Jokeum. Yeah, but I mean I've heard that name pronounced wrong, wrong 100 times. I need to just go back into the movie and watch how Khan. I've been saying that and I just don't do it. I watched it right before the arc, but I do not remember him ever saying the dude's name in my head. At least. Joaquin, okay, is that how you say it? Joaquin? Okay, good, thanks guys. But yeah, Joaquin is a good person to put under low. Like you can see, these two guys aren't in there normally. Let's see if I got both my ships back. And they are, okay, so they're both fixed, so let's go in here and, like for my Kretch, this is my loadout for it. I just still experimenting on the last seat because I just got it last week and I haven't really been able to test it against anyone. This loadout did pretty good in arenas. I finally was able to get into like 5 matches last Monday after about a month of not being able to get in matches. Yeah. So this is the crew I put in here. And the biggest thing what you want to make sure that your lower deck works with these whatever you got up here. As much as possible. But the key thing especially for these officers here and the other one that you got to strike first. And that's where your cloak is your best friend. Like in arenas you can't use it, but in real on your server and incursions, like I use it to place myself. Like we have a defense that's going on. Let's see who's is going on right now. See if anybody I want to screw with today. Yeah, we'll go in here. I'm gonna use it. If there's nobody worth messing with, I'm not gonna go hit a bunch of low players. That doesn't really They do have a 70 player. It's whether he's putting out ships or puts out junk. He's totally gave up, and he's been putting out junk lately, just like the low, what I call the research ships that you get when you're in the 20s. That's what he's been putting out in the thing. But so we're gonna put the cloak on. Go into it. So what I would do when I would go in here, I would go and not just hit the first player. I would search this out, put myself in the best position so I can get the most of them at one time. And still lost. Yeah, I mean, if you're not, you're. I mean, the cloak's not a magic pill. See, he's got envoys out. What's this one here? Yeah, see, he's got junk. I figured he would. It was worth a shot. He comes into streams. Who comes into streams? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's long gave up because the alliance that I was in would go in there all the time too. So. But anyway, recall is not worth. I don't care about hitting a bunch of low players. Now there are a couple in here that I don't care. The guys that I got marked here. I don't got marked KOS because there's not every one of those guys I'd want to hit. But I do got them marked in red so I can point some of their guys out when I see them. But anywho. Alright, we got some loot. Let's go ahead and we're going to do some of those armadas. Now, so the thing is, I know I want DeMarco here. And then we've got Dash, and she has a captain's ability, but it's not a strong one. Let's see, where's she at? I guess a group would be the best way to pop that one out. So we could put her there, I guess. And let's see, I gotta make sure his ability, non-Armada hostiles. Yeah, I don't know that he's probably Chapel needs to go. Even though the classes are not supposed to be armadas, I just don't want to take the chance of, because there are other better officers I can stick. He will work. Let's go below deck. McCoy will definitely work. Seska. Do I have Paris up here? No, I don't. So let's put Paris up here. I'm going to try this crew and see what it does. The one I've been using is putting her on the side and putting Janeway in the middle. Like on Chimeras, it doesn't really matter. I go ahead and just leave, what's his name up there. Because the best Armada crew is that one, but technically it's not supposed to be an Armada crew, and it doesn't work. I've seen somebody try it, and it doesn't work real well. There's Paris. Okay. And you could put Neelix in here too for the burning, but I think I like this setup a little bit better. Like I said, I'm going to be trying him because his ability is exactly for this cascade damage against flashpoint invading entities, which those are supposedly the Armadas. So that was the reason why DeMarco worked so well against in that spot, and so would her lower deck ability. I mean, her officer ability. Now, the whole safecracker thing, I don't think is going to help you at all here, because it's not a loot thing you get from. You're not going to get loot in your actual ship, because I don't think it's going to help the drops. I think I experimented on not her, but one that was similar to that. It doesn't affect the drops you get. So let's go right back into. Okay, yeah, I was going to do an experiment. I'm going to probably waste a set of directives, but I want to see if this works. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, I need to put him back into the deal. So I'm going to go. Let's find. Go into combat. See, I don't think that one would work because it, quote, it's not Armadas. Okay, this one might. Let's go ahead and use it. And then we'll go in here and I'll use a battleship one because I'm using my I'm not going to use the good one. I'm not going to use the I got a bunch of them. Let's go ahead and do it. You can see a lot of people use these religiously. I don't, because it doesn't really tell me how good my ship is. But I will do it for situations like this. Okay, so we're going to put the ship out here. Okay, let's get our first we'll get the Sorrentos out. We're going to double buff this sucker. Oh, you know what? We can probably even use whatchamacallit. Let's find it. Okay, there's the Titan. Let's go ahead and just max fort. Go out. Let's get the. I'm going to actually do a rarity. I'm going to pull the Defiant out of here. The Defiant works on Armadas, but I don't know if it'll work on these things. But I'm drowning in the loot that whatever juice that it uses. So why not just waste some of it? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's go get the Sorrentos. Come on, where's the Sorrentos? Where are you at, buddy? Oh, there he is. Gosh, it's lower than my. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and buff it. Okay. Use the Defiant. And we're going to max fortify. How much of this stuff I got? I got enough for more. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this one too. Okay, so we got as buffed as we can possibly get it. And we're going to go into the 70 system here. And I'm going to jump in there just so I don't lose any. So if I am successful, gosh dog it. If I am successful, I got more than one run at it. Maybe. All right, so let's see if we can do it. So I'm gonna go to the rare ones. Come on, do it. We'll see see if we got it with the new officer. The new officer might help put me over the top. Because I was doing. Let's see what it does here. Okay, that worked. Oh man, there's no more rares in here. Dang it, man, no more rares. Oh, shoot. Let's go into the other system and do some epics. You need a mod. I would like to try it for an epic. I'll maybe do it tomorrow. Oh, I do have one more. I do have one more. No, I don't want to waste it. I need the stuff for the officer I need that. I'll try it tomorrow. I'll try an epic tomorrow with it. Okay, let's. I just don't want. I'm doing this so I don't waste my max fortification. I'm just going to do 2 of these. So maybe tomorrow I'm going to try an epic. But I do need the rare loot worse than I do the epic loot though. Okay, how much power? Okay, let's go into the 66 system. I'm gonna do like one of them, like I said, because I do need the loot for the store. Okay, see, I don't really my Twitch is just up there to be able to stream. I don't really care about any of that crap on Twitch. That's why you're not hearing me talk about all the nonsense crap that a lot of those people do on there. It's just to I'm just putting this out for information. I don't all the other crap that's in Twitch I care nothing about. That's why you don't hear why the start of my yeah. Okay, that's my friend. I was gonna see if who that was on there because they got more than 170. But I have been, so some of the people on my server will tell you, I've been going up here hunting OPC. And that's why you'll see some of these guys scatter like roaches when I come in these systems. But the problem is they don't understand I'm not going to be using this ship to hunt OPC because the cargo hole's too small. All right, we're done there. That'll help the server out, even though I don't really care if I do or not. But I'm looking for loot. I use the Revenant or whatever the stupid. I mean it's powerful. It's powerful to take any G6 mining ship, and the Junker is a good choice, but I think the Revenant is a better choice. You know. Like I'll show you mine. I got mine tiered up pretty decent. I got the Revenant's done. That was like the easiest loop ever to finish it. And my Revenant has a cargo hold of like 39 million. And my Junker, which is also not a bad choice either. I used it for a little bit before I got the Revenant up high as it is. So it is 27 million. So it's a really good, but it's just not as strong as this ship is. Mine right now would probably take out most miners too. But let's see which one we got left here. Let's go ahead and tear it up. Okay, we got another one too. What was that? It just, you saw that. It had it lit up. I was about to redeem it and it goes away. But no, I don't have enough stuff for it. But that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, that it would, as soon as I get ready to click it, it goes. Oh, this game blows me away sometimes. Okay. Let's see. I need to hit the godsend. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. Okay, not bad. I guess you can kind of guess where my priority is. Every one of my PvP ones are completely done, in the this one isn't though. But this one ain't that great. Because I'm not gonna be using the GS31 for PvP. Come on. I don't even think lower players could actually. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could. But anywho, let's put my baby Kretsch back. It didn't change ships for me. Yeah, there was a bug, and I don't see it on my PC, but it is on my iPad, to where you have to really click it a bunch of times to get your ships to change. Okay. Trying to see what's going on here. Y'all are this has been a real talkative one here. Hello everyone. I missed you. It wasn't in person. People are going. See if I missed anything. Been warned 2 months. Other two. No Discord. Send a pic. Okay. I will. Okay. Who needs to be banned? Oh, they have it all. They have all the time. There's these. You're talking about the spammer guys. I don't really care. All right, let's see. All right, let me go now. Let me go to my Chrome, and I'll get the Discord thing. Send you guys. I don't have anything in it. I need to start working on it, but I don't like Discord. That's the whole thing, but I will start putting some stuff in here that I think that, like some screenshots of some stuff. Maybe I can start doing that some. Let's see, where's my applications? Here we go. Let's find Chrome. Here we go. Go open. Let's go Discord. And lock in. Open Discord. Okay. What? Okay. Gotta go to mine. And let's see. So there is a thing where you can invite people. I'm trying to find it. Invite people. Here we go. Copy. And there's nothing in here. I want you to know that there's really nothing in here, but I put a couple of screenshots of some stuff I thought were cool, but not a whole lot. People will flock to your bomb. What is that? Okay, whatever. But anywho, what is a wife? Oh, I'm not married. I don't know that if I did have a wife, I don't know that I would be able to do that. All right, so let's get these gimmick ships off the deal. So let's figure out what we want to do next. Let's see. No, yeah, that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. And what do I got? Oh yeah, I got my Revenant in my place of my Enterprise E. Okay. Okay, let's look at the events. I think I might be done with everything. May go up there and get some more loot. Trying to think of the best way to do this. I mean, I basically only need loot. I must have some of my guys out of it. Yeah. But like I said, there's not really any alliance on my server right now I want to be in. I was surprised that lasted as long as I did in the one I was in. There are some individuals in there I just don't like, and this goes way back to the other server that are in there now, and that, and then I was promised. When one of the other players, the lower players, changed the diplomatic status on one of our enemies, that wouldn't happen again. Only the admiral and the guy that's the co-admiral could be the only ones that do it. And they did it again on I guess it was Tuesday. And that was the last straw. And I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm carrying the damn, me and one of the other guys on all the events, we're pretty much carrying the damn alliance. So why do I want to do this if I don't have a say of what goes on here? So I bailed. And right now I'm the most powerful person on the server. I don't put a lot into this, and I didn't even when I wasn't. All of it is here, is where the power is, not this number. Sometimes it coincides, but a lot of times it don't. Because you gotta have the research and some of the primes and some of the other stuff done to really put it. But still, I'm saying that the fact that I don't even get a voice in the alliance I'm in was just not gonna happen anymore. And then when I did complain about it, I got this going down the pike. Well, what does that have to do with that? Nothing. And I pretty well said if that person wasn't demoted out of Commodore ship, I was going to leave. And I gave it some time, gave it like about 6 hours or so, and when nothing changed, I said, screw this. Good luck. Because they're gonna have to have a bunch of people step up to match the contribution that I put to that damn alliance. But that's the reason I don't like the whole alliance mechanism in the game. I avoided it like the plague when I was an early player until I found out that there was no way I could advance without it. Now I don't need it. I don't need an alliance. There's some things that there are a few perks on being in an alliance I wish I still had, but having the freedom to do whatever the hell I want, when I want, anytime I want, definitely outweighs it. Well, yeah, I mean, but there is they have people that are Commodores in that thing that don't need it, need to be. To me, if you got like in that alliance, there are a bunch of 70s. We had a bunch of 70s in there. To me, that should be the decision make, or do like we used to do when I'm back early on in '75 when when the alliance kind of just first started. We voted on stuff, but that I guess maybe sometime when the server was in the later 40ish, the better players were like in the upper 40s. That's when that all changed, where only either one person had a voice or very few people had a voice on what went on with the alliance. I mean, I protested big time at that point when I was in there before that, hey, nobody voted on this. And it was met with, privately, I had like, my DMs blowed up, but those guys were too afraid to say something in AC about it. It made me look like the a-hole. But my DMs blew up with all the guys in the alliance. Man, I wished I would have said that, but they won't. But the whole thing is messed up because these Admiral guys get in here and they get on a power trip, and they look at this number and they think that makes or break how good they are. So they'll carry a bunch of low players to jack up this number. I mean, if I could talk them into it, I could get 40 players. I could go through here and cherry pick 40 players, and we would destroy them, even though we only got 40 players, and our number won't be the highest on the board. It doesn't make any difference if you got a bunch of dead weight, and a lot of those alliances on my server got a lot of dead weight players that are there coattail riding and not putting their fair share in. And you see it in stuff like alliance tournaments, where you don't have, you have, some of these, except for one. There is one alliance on this server where they're actually better. They're the best in alliance tournaments of anyone on the server. It's because they got a high participation, and people do whatever they can. Let's put that into big capital letters, can. Because not everybody can score, what is it, 150,000 perfect score on an alliance. Not everyone can, and they shouldn't be expected to. But if you're not doing any task, or you're doing less than 10 tasks on the deal, then you're not pulling your fair share. And that really hurts, because it puts it, especially when you got, I think we probably had about 25 players that had perfect scores, and then it just drops off, where you even got higher players that that are up in the upper 60s. They've done 3 tasks, the whole thing, stuff like that. And I get it. Every once in a while, life comes along and you can't do it, but it's a bigger share of the people who get the ideas. We'll let the bigs, handle this, and we'll just sit back and collect the rewards. And that's something you see in the bigger alliances, where you get people that'll sit there and just ride the coattails of the big players and don't do their fair share. And I'm not talking about, you don't have to score, beat your, because everybody has their own leaderboards and all these things. I mean, you should try to be the best at 50. You should be the best at 40, the best at 30, you know, whatever. But you don't do that. You got some people that are in the alliance I just left. There are 5 ops levels than they were 3 years ago. You know, that's a guy that needs to be booted. Because on my server, if you're not like knocking on 60, then you're not a serious player. And that's not. I'm not talking about spending big time. Because you don't have to get to that point. You know, where I'm at, I spent money. I won't lie to you. I didn't spend as much money as you guys think, but I have. But I try to maximize everything I got. Like you saw me sit there, instead of buying a battleship pack, I went up here and I've been saving all these tokens. I was saying it for alliance tournaments, but I decided to use it to help me do some research today. But the bee's thing would have been to go in here and go through here and look between the battleship pack, and there's a station pack somewhere in here. Go here and look and see how much ore's in here. That one's got 5,000, 19. There is a station pack somewhere in here. I saw it. Or at least I thought I saw it. Is it in the limited time? Okay, let's see. Maybe it's in here. This was like the weekly one. This is not going to have more, or I can tell you that. No. So I could go here and just finish a bunch of research if I wanted to spend another $100. I don't. I spent like $100 more than I really wanted to finish this. To finish this bit, I bought the 3 packs needed to do that because it had 2 officers I wanted to tear up. Plus, it helped me. Like I said, it helped me take the little Cratch up a whole tier. A tier and I think one upgrade. How close am I on this next one? Now I'm a little ways away. I'll go ahead and do that. But that's all I'm going to spend. Yeah, it might have been yesterday. I don't know. I saw one in there. But I mean, I usually wait until Saturday. If I'm going to spend any money, it's usually on Saturday when these events. Try to maximize the stuff that I want to do with the events that are happening. It's rare you'll see me spend during the week. I might buy a battle pass or something like that on Tuesday. Or Arc Day, I might buy like the day 1 pack or something and the battle pass, and that'll be it. But yeah, I would love to go in the store and go crazy, and I just don't have the money to do that. I'd love to go in here and probably take about 4 packs to go in the. Let's go. Let me find it. Where's the war room at? Did I miss it? Or did they take it pack out? Oh, there it is. I'd love to come in here and spend like, they could probably take 4 of these packs to finish that building. Because the boost it would give me on my ships would be awesome, but I don't have the cash to do that. Where is it? Or I need to go look in the augment stuff and see. Haven't went in there today. if there's anything in here I can redeem. No, it looks like I'm up to date. Do I got a mission? No. Gosh, guys, I did this. That's what I was doing last night at work. I was getting my Reliant out and auto grinding, and because there was an event yesterday in that Scotty event thing there, or for the I did so much research for Con yesterday to score points and that thing, that I've got that thing. Okay, I got, how much do I have? Let's go ahead and do this one. I'm gonna go ahead and just finish that one as much as I can. There we go. But see, I've got this one maxed out because it's will help this, especially if somebody comes after me with an enterprise. And the bad thing is you got to select. It's one of those selectable ones. But you got to have you got to max out all three of these before you can go. I really need to do that though. But I'm trying to get all the little ones out of the way that are ones that I want to do. Yes, no, I probably need to do that one too. But this one here is the one this one here and this one. Combat. Got to see what these other ones are. Apex barrier. I really need to get that done. Some of that done before Monday. I think there's another one. And these are all arena ones. So I need to come in here and do some of these next. Maybe if I upgrade my Enterprise E, I never score in the event for. He looks like he was pretty good. Like I said, I died I went 3 rounds with the 70 rare. Like even my other friend who has stronger ships than me, he couldn't finish them. So I think if I max fortify it tomorrow, I might have a shot at I'm going to take one shot at the epic and see what it does tomorrow. But let's see. I'm trying to think what I want. Should I go back in there and I'm going to look at the events one more time, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, I've got that done. Is there anything else in here in this meta? No. And I think, we got 2 more days of it actually. Oh, but these 2 events run so we may not get another event in this, but I'm glad I got all the milestones done already. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay. So there's nothing in here, I don't think. What do I got left? Mining scrap left? Yeah. No, I think he's going to be, since this is going to be, this flashpoint looks like it's going to be a regular thing, and so is this whole system. I think Scotty's worth. I don't know if he's worth going crazy on, because you see, I haven't. If he was, I would already have. Whoops! I would have already I would already have spent the $100 on unlocking him already. Where's it at? Because this is a full unlock, and actually it's actually extra ones that, because you get 130 with the. So right now, if I pull that and then whatever I'm gonna wait and see what I get in the leaderboard event, because it looks like it's gonna overlap a day, I think. Let's look at that back and make sure that I'm right about that before I. Whoops, wrong thing. Come on. They go into. Let's see. Go back to this event. Yeah, I'm gonna have an extra day to make that decision. Right now I'm kind of leaning against it, but let's see if I get 100 shards. Yeah, I'm always about doing my ships. Oh, I got another one for this. Okay, I'm not on the Discord right now, man, so y'all can. Something, that's on a different one. But, yeah, I mean, we were promised some things in this arc from other people that hasn't panned out. I don't see the big quality of life things, or wasn't going to be equal to the X-Borg. And when I'm talking about that, for some maybe players that don't know what I'm talking about, is in the X-Borg faction, they help players with loops. And that was what we were told was going to happen here. And I haven't seen it. Now, there could be some stuff being added next arc. But in here, there are things for where you don't have to go and mine Latinum anymore. You can sit there and use your credits. Or the same thing with the Stella. And if you do one of these pulls, that's more than what you ever would scrapping that stupid ship. And plus you get all the loot for the actual faction store. Same thing with the Manus. You get the stuff that you went out and grinded. You get 7 of these, so do this like every other, maybe once a week, and you're golden. Botany Bay, I never even messed with it when that was a thing. This too, you can go up there instead of hitting those Dominion hostiles. There you go. And you can see I use the Meridian still. I still use that one. All the other stuff is dead. I'll come up here once in a while and hit one of these so I can, now that the Syndicate's back, I can go in there and make those pulls. But we were promised some stuff like this in this arc, and I go in here and I don't see that in this refinery. Now I will tell you guys, if you don't know this, ship efficiency, they're not bad. I actually used it when I upgraded the cube, when I took it up to, when I finished it out, I used this for the parts, and it's a pretty good little efficiency, let me tell you that. Half price and it is an actual half price of the thing. It's not Scopely math half price, because I actually was able to finish my cube. But these are not bad, but are they what they promised us? Hell no. Now the thing to do if you're going to use these is you're going to have to say hell be damned with their little things where they try to not get you where you can save these up. What you could do, because you can only do one a week. So what you would have to do is decide, well, I'm going to store all my Gorn stuff for a week, and then go here, hit this Exacom, and sit there and boom, you know, maybe it'll get you in a whole upgrade that you wouldn't have gotten before. You could use it like that, but is it the thing that they promised us for the quality of life stuff? No, it isn't. And pretty much, for me at least, unless they put some significantly better things in here, once this arc's over with, and you know, I don't know how much I'm going to engage with it. I mean, these 4 rare that you see me pop, these are good, decent ones. Are they great? Not really. This one here I'm going to finish. That one will get finished, and probably that one. But the other ones, maybe this one here, this one's not as meh, but it was worth doing because I've got plenty of that loot. But the thing here, the draws for these chance ones suck. Plain and simple. I mean, I probably need to go mine some of this crap, and so I can make a pull, but it sucks. Because I think I've gotten, now I did a bunch of pulls on it, and I actually got enough to get my one thing, but after I got it, it looked like it was a good deal. Then I started just not getting it ever. I got it. It's like it had some kind of thing in it. Okay, we're going to give you enough stuff so you can make pulls enough to do the jump thing on one of your ships, and after that, it's going to be like enough to where it's going to pressure in here to actually go in here and buy this stuff. Because the jump ability for my Kreshna is badass. I won't lie to you. It's almost worth coming in here and spending $100 to get the 8,000 that you need to do it. It's almost worth it. But I made some full pulls, and it was I guess got lucky. I don't know. Then after that, after I got enough to pull it from my crutch, I got some. You know what? I got some in that elite pack. That's it. That's why I got it so quick. There was some in that elite battle pass. And the reason like we talked early on when the arc started, before they even put this stuff in, put the stuff in a game, I said, it's got some directives in here. They might be worth something. So for once, I went ahead and did the elite thing, got some, some extra officer shards and all the other good stuff that's in there, and it panned out to work out. But it may have had some of that dust in there too. That's might be the reason why I got that early on. I didn't really think of that until now. It probably had either enough to do the ship or real close to it. But if you haven't pulled one of I guess most of you guys would probably be into the game enough. You already got your battle pass, so you can't really see it. But it may have had some of that dust in the elite pack for $100. Like I said, I rarely do the $100 pack. But like I said, I saw that there was some stuff that would probably be valuable, and it was. Yeah, after I finish those out, then you won't ever see me do these again. Because the other stuff is meh. All right, I guess that's the only thing left to do. I'm going to see if I can do a smaller ship. Let's take the Revenant. Let's put Rachel Garrett's crew in there. Let's put Rachel Garrett, and we'll take Carol Marcus out of there, and we'll put Scotty in. Let's see anybody else that we could pull out of here. Now I'll take Pick Q out, and we'll put, no, probably McCoy would be a better choice. Oh, he's a PvP. How about, what is Scotty? Okay. Trying to think if there's anybody I want to. I'm going to put Scotty in here beside, pull him out. Really, the only lower ones I got are those two. Okay. So let's see. Let's try. Thinking Rotarant. Let's try 64. See what the kind of hull damage I get there. Okay, I got enough. The radiations or whatever it is ain't gonna affect it. Let's see about the 66 system. Same. So we'll go in the 64, see how good it does against those hostiles. And I'm thinking when I was OPC hunting, I did get hit by one of those chasers, and I didn't do a whole lot of damage to it. But I think I am going to go ahead and, since that's not what I'm really trying to mine right now, I'm going to go ahead and stop the chaser. Because the idea is we want the invasion loot. Yeah, I can sit there and set my Kretschna and my because one time I went to, the other night I put them in there about like 8 o'clock at night, and I went to sleep and forgot to recall them, and they were still going when I woke up like at 10 o'clock the next morning. They still had hull. And they were both full of loot, and I had, I can't remember how many drops I had. It was insane. Okay, let's see. This might be able to punch up higher than this. But we'll look at this hull damage on, way more than I thought. Okay, recall. We're gonna have to go down. We can see what that gave me as far as loot. Not bad. That gave me 60, 100. Yeah, we're going to go down to 60. Or no, we can go to 62. We'll try 62 next. Thought I might have been able to punch up higher, but no. Yeah, well, did use my Rotarant the other day, because I heard guys that were sitting there hitting in too low a system, and they weren't getting. See, the problem is that if I go down here and mining these chasers, and you don't hit in your weight class, it doesn't count. And what I mean by that is you have to go into the store. Or no, it's not the store. It's actually the refinery. So you go in the refinery. Wrong one. No, wrong one still. The only one's going to count for you is the 6-star common and the 6-star uncommon. Those are, I mean, not the uncommon, uncommon and rare, I guess. Uncommon and rare, that's right. That's the only thing it's going to count for. If you go down to 5-star space and you're farming those, you can't spin the loot. And some people were saying, well, man, I whatever, you know, and I'm like, sure you can, man. And so I went and put my Rotarian, went in the 62 system and went to town, you know. But the crew that I got right here, I might have to actually use a more powerful crew. I'm trying to use a loot crew. So that means I might have to go down the system. I'm sure that if I put my regular PvP crew in there, that it would have done a little bit better than that. But actually, I'm wanting loot, so I'm gonna have to punch down for it. And I don't know, that maybe these little hostels, it doesn't really matter which system you do it in. But I'm gonna go in the 62 system now and see how it fares with this loot crew. Now, if I punch down too far, then it might be better to put my best crew and punch as high as I can. That's the thing you have to kind of weigh. Does the loot crew hurt you enough that if you put your best PvE crew and went up higher, do you get more loot? But the thing is, I want to use this ship because I got the bigger cargo hull. So I may have to sacrifice using Rachel Garrett and Picard and go with my best crew. Okay, let's see. Let's go with these 60 and see what this does. Because I believe the one I hit before was a 62. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Let's see about this one. Yeah, it destroyed me. Okay, so we're gonna have to go with the better crew. Let's go. It was worth a try. Okay. Let's go below deck. Let's put Scotty right there. Go group. Okay, who do I want to replace the doctor for? Let's put that. That'll give us a little help on the loot. Okay, let's go right back to the one where I don't know why the 62 killed me in this system, but just took about 3/4 of my hull in this one. That doesn't really make any sense. But oh. Yeah, I would eventually like to get. I want to take all three of these to 13, and then maybe take the little one up to where this one is. Don't know that I'm going to be able to do that before G7 comes, but the plan is to take my secondary G70 ships to 13, so you get that second to the last seat. So okay, let's go with a 62 and see what that does. Okay, how about 64? Okay, does some shield. So that made a huge difference. In some of the hostiles it doesn't, but apparently this one does. So we're not gonna engage with the chaser. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it. Attack. Recall. Stop. I got too close. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, it's stuck now. Oh, now I freed it. I should have. That was kind of weird there. I do need to freeze this one though. We'll see where it comes in. Where's it coming in at? Oh gosh, it spawned in the middle somewhere. Damn. All right. There it is up here. Yeah, I already ruined my hole in this thing. Recall. Stop. Now I don't know if any of you had the problems. Have you had, like one of my miners the other day, they were like, I would stop them like that, then another one would come anyway. It popped a couple of my miners like that, where I stopped it and then to the point where I was uh, yeah, I'm gonna let it die. I got to redo this and see. I took too much hull damage from popping those. It's hard to know if this has worked out or not. Okay, how much loot do I got? 1.5 million. So am I? Yeah, I'm getting more loot than I would if I was taking. How about my cube? I'm gonna switch to the big cube and see what the cargo hold is for it. I got the wrong ship. Yeah, if I don't hit the chasers, I'll get more by doing this. And maybe stick with more of the 62s. And I'll go into the 62 system next time. What's flying there? It took me a couple to leave while I was up there in the kitchen. Let's see. Where's the chaser at? Where is the chaser? There it is. All right, we got the chaser out, so let's go. This is all about getting as much loot as possible. Let's see. I need some work on this one probably. I'm gonna get a couple of loot runs. I'm gonna go and get my big ships and do some real runs here for the points. Get up a little bit higher on the leaderboard to get some more of that, a little bit more of that loot. I really don't superly care about that. I would like to get a little bit more where I'm at. Like I said, I finished my SMS on Tuesday, so I think I think one of the Scotty events asked you to come here, or it was maybe the Ferengi event asked you to do them too, and I went and did them then. That's about all I've done. It's 4 o'clock, 4:30. But anyhow, oh, I had to turn my alarm off. I was looking at my messages. Had a couple of messages that still had my regular part of the phone in do not disturb because I was sleeping. Let's see if my sister ever texts me back. She didn't. Yeah, we'll have to wait till my 5-year-old nephew has a baseball camp that he's going to next week, so I won't get to see him. Which I won't get to see him this week. We had a small window that we could have went and saw Superman, but then where we found out where my nephew and niece-in-law are taking them, the logistics of getting it to the movie theater and all that kind of stuff, we had too small of a window to go see the movie. So I just said, well, it'd just be better wait till next week. All right, let's hit a few more of these and then. See, without the loot crew, I'm not doing as good on loot and on here. So this. But see, when I go to the other system, I'll be full in just a few hits. So that's another thing to think. Also, I'm going to get in drops too. I didn't think about that. Let's see what the drops are here. Their drops are better than the actual. All right, let's go back. We're going to probably about. Let's see, it's 4:30 right now. Probably at 7 o'clock, I'm going to go offline for about an hour and a half. Go take a dinner break, get something decent to eat, and then I'm going to come back and we'll probably go until a little bit after the reset, maybe to midnight or maybe to midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, somewhere in there. And then we'll call it night because I do want to go to church tomorrow. I mean, sometimes I hate it when I get lost doing something in the game and I know it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Next thing I know. But I'm going to set the alarm for 1 o'clock and then try to make a hard out at 1 o'clock. But I will come insert. We will stream for about 4 more hours again tonight. But hopefully, I can find something to do. I do need to do some wave defenses because I don't have any of that loot, and I also need to do a Crenum run. So that's why I didn't really want to use crap. If I do that, I won't have a max fort to do that tomorrow. Crap. Well, you know what? I don't need the max fortification anymore for the Crenum. That's right. I can basically one shot with the Kretschna. I can just send both my cubes. Never mind. We'll be good. We can do some. We'll do a Crenum because I'm out of static. But I still need more charge than I do static though. So we'll look and see how many starts I got. Let's see when the next redeem is too while we're waiting for this. Okay, let's go ahead and put the cube back in there. And take the cube up into 68 space. How's the cube not have? Oh, that's the little cube. I got the big cube in its slot looking at it. Okay, let's change ships. I'll put my Titan in there for right now. Almost made a mistake there. I think the little big, that cube would have been okay too, but all right, I want the full crew though. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I've already started seeing screenshots of people already figuring out how to beat the Vengeance. This one guy's Vengeance was tiered up pretty high too. Not only did he spend to get it, he went ahead and took it up to, I think it was 75 or something. I can't imagine how much he spent to do that. And he still got beat by somebody's cube. I'll have to offset to see if I can get that screenshot and show you guys real quick. Oh, in fact, I guess I can. I'm in Discord. Let's go ahead and go to that I saw. See if I can find where that is. Give me a minute. I'm going to scan up. It was a few days ago that they posted this. And these dudes sit there and punch nothing but a bunch of crap in here with a bunch of memes and bull crap. I so wish that they would just stick to the game. That's why I hate Discord, because it's, but you have to do a bunch of mining to get to stuff that's actually worth reading. Because most of this isn't. I use this with buffs. What is that? DTI, Korean One Relevant. Like that much. Okay. Oh, I've got to, I got to do a screenshot and shit. I got to do a screenshot for my friend to show him that I did beat one of those. Doggone it, man. That was up. Like I said, they post so much crap in here. I'm going to have to find it offline. I was hoping that it would be easy to find, but it's not. But somebody posted where they beat one of those Vengeance. And it wasn't, like I was saying, it wasn't like one that was barely, guy had spent some money. The cube was an Alpha Strike. Well, here it is. Back here they're talking about it here. Where's the picture? Okay, I'm going to save images. I'm going to pull it in real quick so you guys can see this. I'm going to put Venge Loss. Okay, so see if I can pull it in. Most likely I can. I gotta get over here on this screen now. Let's see. Need to go into my downloads. Let's see if I can find where it put it. Maybe it put it on my desktop. No, where did it save it? Should have saved it in my downloads. Venge loss. Here it is. Okay, can you guys see that? So that's a very tier. I guess that's a high up tiered vengeance. Lose to a tiered out cube, but this guy's got everything in the book. It's at 187 powered. So I'm sure that this guy's not real happy because he spent tens of thousands of dollars plus whatever he spent to tear this thing up that quick. He can't be very happy at all about that. I know that I'd be livid if well, you know what? I don't know if that's as impressive as it is. He may have had to shoot it because you look, he only had that much shield left. So that may not be as impressive as it, but still, you know, even if he did two-shot this ship to get it that way, it's really uneven and powered. All right, let's get that off the screen now. Let me find where the overlays are. Here we go. I'm gonna delete it now. Whoops. Come on, man, stop it. Should be able to delete. God. All right, delete. There we go. But yeah, I saw that on Discord and I'm like, man, I bet that guy's angry. He spent all that money and took a hard beat. Alrighty, daddy. Let's go here. Take that. I don't even know if that I need that anymore either. I don't think I have that much left to do over there, but I do need that for Kirk. Okay, let's go into the refinery now. I should have just pulled it down, go into the command center. And we'll use every bit of that for Mr. Kirk here. Because I do have one hull health one that I didn't do in there. Because I got to make up for not having the emerald chain anymore. Because I lost like 7 billion off of this ship, and this one would probably be up. This one would probably be close to 60. That's like the only downfall of not being in that alliance anymore. But peace of mind's a lot better than, because this isn't always what it cracks up to be. As you can see just a while ago, it's all about how you crew the ship, but knowing your ship is a little bit underpowered is not very cool. So yeah, see, I lost about 6 billion off of this ship. Because they would probably, doing the stuff I just did to it, I'd probably be close to 100 down. Let's see if any of the ones I want to hit are going to have anything going today.
Yeah, but the retards. Yeah, they're going right now. Damn it. See, they're going to get everyone dies of treatment. And they'll do something stupid like, let's see. I'm looking for a certain person first, then I'll go. There's like 2 guys in here I want. For the most part, I'm looking to see if they're in any of these systems. No, a bunch of low people. Wait, let's see who this is. Nothing but junk ships. We'll just have to find them in the wild. I don't feel like hitting a bunch of miners. All right, let's go. All right, let's go back and do what we were going to do. So the thing is, I got to put him over here. Okay. I haven't tried this crew that's on here now for these entities, but this would probably be the only place I would ever do them. Okay. I got to turn my AC on. It's getting hot in here. Turn off the light too. I still got a little bit of a headache. That'll help with the headache some. But I'm going to put a hard out. Have you checked the system from what you're talking about, the new ones? I can hit them, but I take a lot of hull damage. And I can grind more effectively in the 68. Like I said, I left my ships. I left both of these. I crewed them both with PVE crews and stuck them. Put them in about 10 o'clock at night. Fell asleep doing something else in the game, and woke up like, I don't know, 9, 10 o'clock the next morning. They were still going. So you can't really beat that. Yeah, the thing is about the new the 70 system is the hazard, and even the hazard is strong. So you're going against the hostile and the hazard in there. So this one here, for my cube at least, I got a slight disadvantage, but that's not that big. Well, that's my Krechna. My cube, same thing. You got a slight. You could probably. So I guess I was in the 66 system. That was where I was at. That I stayed all night. It wasn't this one. I forgot. I couldn't remember which one it was in, but I put my ships in there to grind those chaser hostiles. Okay. But yeah, I can hit those 70s pretty. I can do about like maybe 8 to 10 of them, but I can do as many of these as I want. So which one am I going to get more loot from? It's going to be from this one. And plus, you like the limited cargo hold, you're looking for the drops and not the okay, I'm going to go ahead. I mean, the chaser doesn't really affect this that much, but I want the loot. Come on, where's... Okay, let's take this, and once it gets out of combat here, I'll get it to go over here. I mean, the chaser doesn't really do much damage to this cube, but I don't want it to take some of the space into it, if that makes any sense. I can always set this. These will be here. These are going to be here from now on. I can always bring it up here and let it grind the chasers. But I want the other loot. As you can see how fast it's filling this cargo hold. That's why I was trying to experiment with the Revenant. See if I could grind more. I'd have to shoot way down, and the loot's is not as good either. So I actually probably do better to go ahead and just grind up here and make it up on the boxes. I mean the drops up there. See, I'm one of the person, I don't like to leave loot on the table because I wish you could say, if I could port here, and I would. And that way, once my ship got full of loot, I'd just dump it. See, it's already full. So any one of these, I don't get loot on anymore from the hostile. I do from the drop, it drops, but... Might as well, while I'm up here, I might as well go ahead and mine some. That wasn't even a full node. I should have checked. I just clicked on the first one. These are pretty fast, so you're gonna have to, probably not a good idea to do the, where's my ship? There it is right there. I'm not gonna use the artifact where normally I'll just sit there and punch a bunch of them and let it go, but these move too quick. Because they'll take you all over Kingdom Come trying to chase them. See, mostly I'm getting a little bit of hull damage from the ships, but it's just sort of like even doing the dailies. It's mostly the stupid hazard. And the one in the 70 system is a great hazard. It's like probably when I was doing those armadas up there a while ago, it probably as much as the hazard was an issue as the other one. I was kind of disappointed there wasn't more rares up there. When they got a problem. They need to have like dual systems, one that has the rare and one has the epic on all these. They need to have like a subsystem. This one's the rare, and the one that connects has the epic, and the same thing on all these. You know, that's how they need to do it. So, because right now there's a discrepancy between the ones that are out here. I'm doing okay, man. 74 is actually the highest. 74 is the actual highest watt. Fiscal below in the old capital. Yeah, the new ones. No, I mean those below the old capital. There are what? Where are those systems at? What are you talking about? Oh, these? No, I didn't even know these were in the game. What are these? Let's go check it out. I didn't even know these were in the game, guy. Thanks for pointing them out. What are these? What are do you know what these are? Or, we'll stop in the first one. I should just not go the biggest one. See what's in these systems. Breen. Oh man, they're pretty powerful. What do you get with them? Oh, you get some mega. That. What else? Very hard. What does it use? It's got incoming experimental shield technology. It directs 100% of the damage. Oh crap! I got distracted. You got me killed, man. What is this? This is another place to grind parts? Huh. I don't have a PvP crew, a PvE crew, so it'd be kind of stupid to try to take a shot at one of these. But you're right, there is a 74 system. It's out of. I can get it with my. I don't know what these are for. I mean, they're independent. It's got to be for some upcoming content because there is. I don't see any point to. Because there are better ways to get parts than come over here and sacrificing your ship to get parts. And you're not getting any kind of rep or anything else but parts so far, I see. Let's see. I'm just going to explore and see if there's... I might have to ask my friend if he knows what these new systems are for. Just a second. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me put my thing up here. I really don't know. I don't know what they're for. I'm not going to take a wild swing at one just for the hell of it. But they look like they're really powerful. They look like they're the same as those transport ships, that transport system, but I'm not really sure what the point of. I mean, that's a lot of loot, but you're I wonder if you could port it in one of these. They look like they got little subsystems. I don't know. Let's send it back. I don't know what their purpose is. I'm gonna add. There must be some content coming that's going to use those. That's all I can think of. Let's see. I'm going to go into the Discords and look at the very bottom and see if anybody's mentioned in them anyway. Unless somebody directly changes scoring for stage 3, our server's not participating next week. They double points, but double the score is needed back to the original. I don't know what. The Ark is almost dead on my server. First run, shambles, killed too much player interest. They're all talking about this. Their pre-Ark video had all the warning signs that none of the people in that video play the game. Clueless devs just who show up and they're toasted, man. They're toasting this whole thing here. I'm trying to see if anybody's noticed those same systems that you did. And there's nothing. I mean, I didn't even notice them, man. Now I'm curious why the heck they added them. There's not anything in here that, everybody's just griping about the flashpoint thing in here. That's all I'm seeing. And remember this is coming from the highest players in the game. Seems to be pushing backwards from. See, I got trashed for saying some of the things that these guys are saying now in here. Because I've made the point for a long time, and people can go, especially that the developers of this game are not Star Trek fans. They don't understand the game that they're creating content for and mechanisms. They keep telling us one thing, and we just get more. We were told what, quality over quantity, and it's never that. They'll do something to help us with one loop and give us 4 more. But as long as like the Mr. Tiger type mindset is among the developers where they uh, want to make everything so convoluted and multifaceted as possible. We're going to keep getting shit like this, you know. And the whole deal of they keep stacking very time consuming things on top of each other. Now, if they would do one or the other, then fine. You know, like the thing that we had last week was that task thing called the Go Boldly or whatever cubable thing. There's absolutely no way that should have launched on the ARC launch week. That should have been a between ARCs thing instead of giving us that tired content for the whatever is it, Mega Cube and Faction Hunt and whatever. What is the other one? I can't think of the name. The COC one. I can't. Whatever, man. That should have been a between the arc thing, and they could have actually expanded it a little bit to where it goes from the day that the arc ends to the day that the arc finishes. You know, I mean, the new one starts. But no, they're not that brilliant enough to say, well, man, that. Because I would say that a large portion of the player base that the Borg event doesn't have anything that's useful for them. Some of them will probably be still trying to get a few the Borg Hue shards, or maybe the Queen, or one of those, you know, but all the rest of it's just garbage. Especially after they, the Mega Cube event should have been dead the day that they did this, and you could go in here and use it to archive the Vidar and the Tally. That's when that event should have died for good. But the problem is they don't have anything to replace it. And they could have used that cubicle or the Gold Boldly. Where's that? See, they don't even have. It's not even up here now. They took that down. It was up there even when it wasn't a thing. But they had the Go Boldly thing up here, and they could have used that between every arc. Because those are actually was not a bad event to participate in. Had decent rewards with a decent store. Not great, but better than what we get with the other crap. But yeah, there shouldn't be this event and this event shouldn't overlap. And then they should give us like we're light on this side of the things. You know, we've got the battle pass, and then we've got the Scotty event, and today the Scotty event's not even one you have to do any task, or it's just upgrading crap. Well, thank God on that, I guess. But see, I'd already finished this here, so that a lot of that's not applicable to me right now. Right now, I'm actually looking for something to do. But I know that I'm not the norm. I'm sure that a lot of these guys are struggling to get one or the other done, and that's understandable. let's see where my server. I didn't even look to see where my server is. I actually did some pretty big ones that probably scored pretty high for it. Where's it at? Not Flashpoint. IMS. See where our server's at. We didn't hit a milestone. I know that. No. Nope, it's not gonna happen, folks. I wonder how many of those points are mine from just a minute ago. Because I did put it over the top when I went up here and started grinding in the 58 system to clear the milestone for us, the last one. But yeah, see, when invasions go, there's like 6 of us that if we don't do a Herculean effort on that first day, our server doesn't get the last thing on it. And I'm refusing to even do anything in it except chimeras and redeem and scrap, because they won't do like they said they were going to do to reduce the cooldown and for the scrap. Because like I said, I've got 20 billion of the scrap. I could set the event out for 2 years and still have redeems, is because the lame as the redeem system is on it. So, but I set it out for the first time, except doing chimeras and doing redeem and scrap last time, and they barely got done. And it was down to the last hours. But we will do some of these tomorrow because I want the loot for the store, regardless whether my server finishes this stupid thing or not. Because I will say that the rewards aren't great, but they're not bad. They're not as bad as some of the stuff that they throw out here. Where's the... So in 12 hours I can make a pull here, in 17 hours I can make a pull here. They're lump sided because I didn't have any epic when the event started, and I wanted to wait until that's one of the reasons I went ahead and finished it day one, so I could not go up there and grind and my thing wouldn't count for what's in here. Oh, don't want that. But this is the thing that pisses me off right here. This is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous that they have a cooldown on this officer. Such a long cooldown where you can only do it once an event. That's really stupid. But it's like the people who come up with this don't play the game. They don't understand the content. You can go on and on and on and on. They're killing it. I mean, because like I said, I had to scroll up like 100, maybe 200 messages before I could find that thing, and all the other ones below it was everybody griping about this event. Before I found that vengeance pic that I showed you guys. That's what it all was. It was all my servers checking out on this, but I don't think it would be that. I don't think that would be that difficult to hire the engineer or developer or coder, whatever label that you want to put on the person uh, that would love Star Trek in the game as well as the paycheck. I just don't think that would be that hard. The community, there's too many sci-fi fans and computer. I don't want to use the word geek. You know, somebody that's a computer person, and Star Trek. I don't think is that hard of a find. And that should be like a prerequisite when they hire developers or coders. Are you a Star Trek fan? And even have like a little quiz there for them. If they do really bad and they're really bad, not even though it doesn't matter how good they are, don't hire them. But there is no, now the people that, the shrills, the guy that the content creators that are in their pocket, they're not gonna tell them the emperor has no clothes. It's funny that they sent me a thing in Discord to see if I wanted to be in the program. I filled it out, but I'm not going to filter anything that, I mean, because I'm honest with you. I tell you, when I find stuff that's good and worth going in the store and making your game better, and I'll tell you when stuff's dog crap. And this is, to me, this is in the middle. This is not the worst content they ever put out, but it definitely isn't the best content they put out. And being right now, now you can't judge it too hard because we don't know what's coming to be added to the thing. But I got to tell you, it's got to be significantly, because I was expecting an ex-Borg type thing, maybe for the Gorn or something like that in here. Maybe I would love that if they would have something where I never had to grind Gorn again in here. That would be the greatest thing ever. Yeah, the Gorn is my new, because I hated the Bajoran and Dominion crap that they put in this game. I hated that loop so bad. When I was done with it, that was maybe one of the happier days in my gameplay, when I retired that loop where I never had to do it unless I wanted to do it. And every once in a while, I'll go in there and do the solo armadas just to get. If I go in here, let's see, trying to think where I need to go. Oh yeah, some of the factions. The Bajoran. See, that's some of Rev's and DJ's favorite thing to say. Mr. Tiger gave this. I think this is one of the worst pieces of craps in the whole game. There are some decent things to redeem in here, but you know, you get a chance to get the little tokens here, and what is one other thing? It doesn't do anything for me anymore, but these two claims are okay. But really, this is pretty. I'm glad it's a dead loop for me. I'll go ahead and redeem this while I'm in here. But even these don't even. The only reason I would come in here and run some of these is for a chance to get the Ultra Recruit tokens and the traits. Nothing in the rest of any of these boxes. Now that I've got Cisco tiered out, none of these are worth anything to me now. But I will come in here every once in a while, and I probably need to do that here shortly. Come in here and run a bunch of the solo ones and get so I can get more traits. But now even this has become less important with the new stuff that they put in the augment, where I can go in here and make this pool, and I get a bunch, a chance even more than what I could get over there. And I'm getting them also in both pools, guaranteed. So that even lessens the value of that loop. Now I can get that in here, but I go through those because I don't like to do away missions. So I'll use those when the away mission events come through there. Let's see, is there anything else I can redeem in here? I don't think so right now. But I hated the Dominion loop so bad. I was so glad when it was over with. That's the way I feel about the Gorn loop. Now the NX01 loop wasn't too bad, but I do think it was completely stupid the way that they used the officers and the Enterprise officers. What they should have done is made Archer's effect work for the silent enemies too, because all three of those hostiles came out in the same loop, and it's stupid that Archer's ability doesn't work with the silent enemies too. Or like I said, my whole deal was if they actually had a fan of the Enterprise series that made that thing and made the officers right. Let me send my cube back home. So we go into there. If they made the officers right, this is what they should have done. Let's put it in the groups that are all together. Okay, here's our officers. Well, come on. What I would have done, forget Phlox is the epic. That was a stupid choice. That should be to Paul. And I would have not used Phlox or Shran. I would have put Merryweather and Malcolm here. That's who I would have put. But far as ability, I would have made Archer's ability work on the aquatics, Tucker's on the reptilians, had the same captain's ability. Tucker has no captain's ability, which is totally stupid. Him and T'Pol there were many episodes, either one or the other one was the captain of the ship, the one that didn't go on the away team with Archer. So I would have had Archer, the reptile. We could leave him with the aquatics, him for the reptilian, and her for the silent enemies. And now, if they were going to have mining officers, it is really stupid that they don't have Mayweather on there, because he came from a transport family. Now I would have put her there. I wouldn't have used Phlox or Shran. I would have used Mayweather and Malcolm, and I damn sure wouldn't make them mining officer. Maybe Mayweather, and let him do all three of the mining stuff. But it's like they decide, well, we need this type of officer in the game, and they don't really care who they put on here. But that's what they should have done. But probably is none of them probably even watched the series, or if they did, they watched a couple of episodes at the most. Because that's really the stupidest thing I've ever seen, that T'Pol isn't the epic officer here. Dumb. Really stupid. But that's what I would have done. I would have had to Paul here, being the epic officer, and then I would have split the captain's ability between the 3 different ones. And that would give you, that would make you have 3 different sets of crew. You'd have Tucker as the captain on the reptilian, Archer on the aquatics, and to Paul on the silent enemies. But we don't, so none of these are really a good crew against the silent enemies. The crew that you really you want to go with your best crew, but since the loot is all what it's all about, I've always used Picard and E-Data, and then now I use Rachel Garrett, but before then I would use Janeway for power, so I could fill up my cargo hull. I would use Picard, E-Data, and like I said, Janeway on there. Now I use E-Picard, E-Data, and Rachel Garrett on that when I do those. I need to update that video. I put that video when there was no Rachel Garrett in the game. That's one of my most watched videos on YouTube is that silent enemies. That and going to 61. But the whole thing on silent enemies is the loot. But I don't need the artifacts anymore, so it's not. I rarely do them. I've got all the temporal artifacts maxed out. I mean, I don't really have a lot of artifacts left except for the ones behind the paywall. And some of those I'll probably never have because I don't see I don't see their value. And some of them I just refuse to pay money for an upgrade until they put something in the game for it. Let's see. Let's go into the artifacts now. Like, this is a pretty decent one. But the only way you can upgrade is if you buy an upgrade pack. And the same thing with this Star Dispatch. I did buy this when they had them on sale because they both were $100 each, but they had a pack. They had them both in for $100, and I thought that was worth it. But then I found out they didn't appear in the temporal artifacts where I could upgrade them. I was going to have to go in there and buy more packs to upgrade them. I said, well, screw that. And these other ones, you know, you've got the Crenome, and these are all where you have to pull them in the faction stores. Now, the Khan's necklace, if you're having a hard time hitting these hostiles, these new exile ones over there, these augments, this would not be a bad one to invest with. I don't. So even though this is a cool artifact that I would like to have, I'm not going to pay any money for it. If it comes into the game where I can get it like these, I'll definitely do it. But no, just try. See, now this one here I probably should have bought when it was in the store. I think I can still do it, but I've had other things I needed more. That one's not a bad, and that's really the only one that we're looking here that I really want that I don't have. And it's probably going to be just like this one. Once I unlock it, it's going to be pay only to upgrade it. I don't know. Maybe have some of you unlocked that one? Does it go into the temporal artifact store, or does it go You have to buy more packs to make it, to unlock it. I mean, there were like, they put like 4 out that were really good, and I picked the two that I thought would help me the most, and I think the other one I unlocked in one of the events. Now come on, there's some higher players here. So you got anybody have that artifact unlocked, and how do you upgrade it? Does it go in the temporal artifact store, or do you have to go buy packs for it? Okay, let's go ahead and let's fix our miner and bring it back in here. Because I've got a bunch of the rare. I have not as much of the uncommon. I need to do common too. I need to send one with a PvP crew on it. I loved it because one of these alliance that we were at war with, that they recently rescinded all the war for some reason. They were trying to hit my Geshnar and dying on it. I was laughing my butt off on that. Oh gosh, let's see. Swap ships. I think my next highest one is this one. Let's send it in that. I think 52 has the uncommon still in it. At least that's what I remember. At least. Let's go in the Noob 52 space. Sounds like a DC reference. Noob 52. So any of y'all seen the Superman movie? I don't know why they do that. I hate it when when you're trying to grind them and they get stalled right next to you for some stupid reason. Sometimes killing them will restart it. Sometimes you have to go on the other system next door and come back to get them going again. But that makes no sense. I didn't stop that one, but he stopped on his own. And we got a bunch of people in line. Did any of y'all see the Superman movie? I'm curious if it's any good. I mean, I've heard so many mixed reviews on that thing. I don't really. It's one of those things I don't know who to believe, because there are, like with what happened with, and it really started with, I don't really want a bunch of this other loot. So when the next one there, I probably need to stop it. Because I can't spend any of this loot that I would get from the chaser, so there's really no use to even. But the other night, man, I was stopping it, and I'll be mining for like 5-10 minutes, and then it would one would come back again. I know it's not supposed to do that, but it was a bug the other night that was doing that. I had to actually bring a guard ship out because I got tired of my thing getting killed. So now I need to find this one. And I think it's right there. Okay, so let's go attack, recall, and stop. So I don't know if the people that were hitting these actually hit one of them and it restarted, or what. I have no clue. It happened to me more than once. Once is a fluke deal that you can blow off, but when it does it multiple times, then you have to wonder what the hell's going on. Now the thing that really pissed me off is that token space. They have chasers in the token space too. And so I just send my thing thinking, well, this is going to be like the rest of them, a safe place to mine, but hell no, it isn't. So I look up and I'm dead. I go, what the hell? I thought somebody hit me up there. And so I'll go in there and go in here and look in the, doing all look, and I said, what? It's got chasers in there too? That's some bull crap. But it does. It sure does. It does have chasers in token space. When it comes back, I probably need to put all protection crew in there. Let's see. But yeah, man, once I hit my goal of getting this completely done, it's free. It's been a freeing effect, because now I can just do whatever I want to do, and I don't really care what Scopely puts out. I'm trying to see this. No, it doesn't work. It does on these regular ones, the regular survey ships and the thing. The cutting beam does work on them. I wish this did. Let's see what time it's getting to be. 5. I didn't set the alarm. I need to set it for 7 o'clock. I'm gonna have a hard out at 7 o'clock, and then I'm gonna go eat, chill for a little bit, and then come back on. I'll try to set to come back on about 9:30 Central Time. And then we'll go through reset and think of some stuff to do. Like I said, I still need to do some Crenum run. I still need to do some solos. There's one other thing. There's one other of the things I need to do as well. Can't think of it offhand right now. I had a list last night, but I left it at work. I did have a little bit of a plan, actually, because some of it I knew that the new events that popped up was going to take precedent, but All of them were pretty easy today. Because even in the the Ferengi event, it was just Gorn stuff. And it didn't take that many Gorn hunters for me to, must be doing the 70s, and it didn't take that many for me to finish that, because I was getting over it was maybe like 20 of them I hit, maybe, if that, and I was done. That was one of the easier milestones in the whole game so far, even though I hate doing the Gorn. This one was tough. This was a very tough milestone, and this one was not easy either. But that one was very tough. I need to do wave defense so I can, and I actually need to buy the pass. I'm going to go ahead and purchase the pass. Haven't done it yet. I'm going to buy the cheap one. I'll look and see what's in the, let's see, where's the battle pass for the wave defense? Usually, see, like this Khan's glove, it's an artifact, but there's no, I did purchase that. But I don't see any way to upgrade it. There's usually when you purchase one of these, they put a pack in it like you got. It's still the unlock, but these they have like the Star Dispatch, whatever you get. Ones it'll take you up so many levels. See, I don't have that one either. What does this one do? Yeah, I won't get that one. I've already pretty much done with all those. That's a useless one for me. This one's a good one. What is in here? Temporal. Oh, that's one of the other things. Yeah, I mean, one of these days I've got some extra cash, I'll go in here and get this thing. But where's the battle pass at? New. Should be the newer wave. I need the wave defense pass. I'm not going to spend any money on that stuff. Ferengi. Here's a wave defense pass. Here we go. What's an elite? Why would I want to buy the elite? Okay, I get loot. Now that would put me over the top on section 31, but now that might be nice right there. Is that the stuff that you use to... No, that's the stuff you rank up the command. I don't need that. I need the other stuff. 20 Causey. I wouldn't mind having that. I wouldn't mind having the extra ciphers too. But is it worth $100? I really don't think so. I mean, this Quasi thing, if it wasn't another way to get him in the game right now, then somebody said I did that, I wouldn't blame them. Or it wouldn't be something I would say, man, why did you do that for, you know? Well, we're going to get the cheap one. Does that put that in the... They sure did. That put that in my deal here. Let's get this off of here quickly. Okay. I don't know why it did that. It usually doesn't do that. Okay. So we got that. So we're going to unlock that. We're going to get the ones I didn't pull already. Which that's going to give me 2 starts, some Rachel Garrett ones I don't need, and that might be enough to put me over the top for my my section 31. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and bring that back. Okay, let's go in here. Does that give me enough to finish? No. Dang it. I still need 400 more. Maybe I can see if there's any in the paths coming today. We'll get that tonight when we come back from eating. That's what we'll do. When we come back we'll take my dinner break. We'll come back. We'll do some wave defenses. We'll do some Crinome solos, and then we'll do the daily stuff. And then if we have time, we'll come back here and do some more of this. Okay, I'm gonna send. I really need the when this gets back, I'm gonna go ahead and gotta watch it. I'm gonna go ahead and recall that back. We're gonna pull the boxes. That was nice right there. So we're getting a good amount of this loot. So we may have to go. I didn't see if that was rare, or we may have to go on the other system to grind to get some uncommon. I'll go back there one more time and see which one it's dropping. Now I wish I would have thought of that before I recalled this ship, then I could use it to show me what's in there. What kind of loot is that? Oh no, it's not common and uncommon. There's one loot, I think. Let's go here and look. I think it was just the box. Flashpoint. Store. Let's look at the exchange. It would be in here is where you exchange it. And I believe there's only one set of loot. All right, let's go into season pass and see if we get any more with the wave defense today. Do we get the stuff that we need to upgrade that stupid? Okay, so we got Starfleet honors. That's for the Nova Squad. I'm done with that building. Let's see when's the next. Looks like it's all Nova Squad. There's section 31 ciphers. Now that's currency. Claim daily. That's to get in the wave defense. Oh crap, where's the... Nope. There, that's what I'm looking for right there. And I don't actually see any more the rest of the time. Damn it. That sucks. A lot of forbidden tech, a lot of the regular armadas, wave defenses, and I don't ever do those anymore. But we will get a bunch of solo loot. Okay, let's do the same. Let's bring... There we go. There we go. All right, let's fix this one and send it back up there. Let's go up here. No, that's right. We don't, they're not, I keep thinking there's, things got in my brain uncommon rare because of the other part of the thing. But there isn't in here, it's just one loot. But I gotta watch this one. I don't want this chaser loot. So I gotta find it when he comes inside. Here. There he is right there. I find that if you can think to do that, that's usually the better way to do it, because you know you won't get the lag in this game sometimes screws you over with that, and it ends up warping you out instead of. So I find if you can think to go over here and click on that X, you know that it's not going to warp you out. Because I've had a couple of times where I know that I pushed the stop in time and it just, the lag on it screwed me over. I got to be careful. If there's anybody that comes in here, it looks like they're OPC hunting, I'm going to bail on this because I'm a little bit over. That's why I need to put a protection crew underneath. I mean, it's cool to have that and watch the guys die on it, but I can actually get, if I can get more loot in here, that'd be better. Because I had this crew on my grass snarl, and I was watching guys die on it, trying to kill it. It was pretty funny. That's another thing. You can also put the Freeman crew on your miner and have some real fun on it too. Yeah, we were laughing on one of my friend. He was the first one to get like that G5, the 58 miner. He was doing that and putting it in territory, watching guys, some of our enemies come in and try to kill it and die on it. It was funny. They were dumb enough to try to hit that ship. They didn't look at the crew inside of it, and it was fun. I'm gonna wait for this was gonna get hit by one of those hostiles, but I'm gonna go ahead and wait for the 42 seconds and then send it back. Or now 30. I'll let it get hit by one of those chasers a couple of times. It was nice to be able to get this one up some more. It's been neglected ever since. See, I really thought that this thing would be focused primarily on rares at the last tiers, but it was just like a uncommon part. I mean, it just hogged them, man. There was none left over. I thought, well, yeah, when I get these later tiers, it'll focus on more rare, but it actually just doubled down on the uncommon. But it did use rare, but the rare was never the problem. I mean, not being able to upgrade it or not upgrade it was always the uncommons. So I thought, well, when I pulled this up and got it, I think it was like tier 9, tier 10 when when I had the blueprints, I sat on them a little bit because the whole thing after I got here, I put the Kretschner up, and I had more than half of the prints. That's when we had that CEO go on in Discord and tell us that pretty well hint that before the end of the year we're going to see G7. So that kind of changed my whole. Had to change up my little game plan because my game plan was to build 3. Put the Interceptor Strike Team, Mirror Crew, and then Freeman Crew in one of them. But right now I've got the Freeman Crew in the Battleship because I've got the Battleship Strike Team and the Cube when I'm actually got PvP. Though, I mean, I built this because I had so many Romulan faction credits, but otherwise, it was not one I was planning on building. It just had excess of credits and wanted to get rid of them. And I thought the ship was really cool looking, and it is. But is it as good as the other 2? No, it is not. But I did have good luck with it during the incursions. Not incursion, but yeah, I did do some damage with an incursion, but more so last week on in marinas. I actually got somebody's Enterprise E who probably wasn't real happy with that hit. Okay, we need to put max protection and cargo. Okay, let's put Miss Leanne down there, but the rest of them we want protection. Let's take the capacity out. Barclay we can put down here. See, how does this one count as protection? Reduces protected cargo by 30. He's like the anti. And I don't know why you'd ever want that. Now I think that's his upper deck ability. So it's officer ability. So we'll do that. And what about Mr. Quark? Speedy. Don't let him take anything. Okay, we'll put him in the cap. There's one other one I'm missing. What about? Oh yeah, T'Pol's officer abilities. So we can put T'Pol right there. So that's going to raise our protected cargo. So if somebody does hit us, they ain't gonna get much. What's this? Yeah, at work, I don't, the connectivity is really bad. The reception on the site completely, but in the control room especially, is really, really bad. So playing at work is kind of a no-go, even on my downtime. The most I can possibly do is maybe move some miners around, but yeah, it kind of screwed me during incursions. Because what was messed up about it is I wasn't seeing live footage, but when I was in the system where my ship was, it was showing these hostiles move, and I'm down in the filter gallery. We're trying to look at something that was going messing up. So I get out of there, go from the gallery, which is kind of like maybe like a floor or two below ground. I expected it to put the big red thing on there and tell me I didn't have connectivity at all, like it does when I'm just regularly playing, when I got the best internet in Dallas on here. It tells me that all the time, but when I actually in that situation, it doesn't alert me. And it looks like the game's going in real time, so I'm not really worried about it. But when I get out of the filter gallery and it gives a real update, it's all red. They've been hitting my base for like, it took them a long time to get in, so they only got like 20 scoops. But that's total bullcrap. Like if it would have gave me the little red symbol like it normally does when you're not getting good connectivity either from Scopely, mostly from Scopely, I would have went in and shielded. But I had my iPad set in an eye shot when I was doing what I was doing, because it was one of those things where I had to drop what I was doing to go handle something. That kind of pissed me off. But yeah, it was like this system. Let's say my base was ported here, and I'm looking, I'm seeing all these hostiles moving, just like this one's moving right now. And there's no low connectivity or at all showing on the. Let's go. Let's just go ahead and hit him. Get it over with. I didn't have that much, not compared to other people on the server. I think I had like 180 and 200 and probably 15 right there, and they maybe got 100 trillion in all. But like I said, they got about 20 scoops. I shielded up. I mean, I was shocked that how could it? But I know next time incursions, I'm just gonna, once it's time to go to work, I'll just shield up until I get off work. I won't even try to even mine, or I won't mine anyway, but to do anything else next time around, because the reception's just too bad there. I can't remember what I was trying on my lunch break to do on here, man. It was just like I was seeing nothing but the other night I was just seeing nothing but ghost hostiles. And what that means is I'll click it on something, and then when they weren't there. But it's a big site. I mean, a huge site. And probably the cell towers are miles and miles away. But I'm surprised that they don't have cell towers on the property, because a lot of times these phone companies will use water towers for places to put the cells, you know. Because probably any city you go to, you see a overhead storage tank. It's going to have a bunch of little red blinking lights on it. And those are all communication stuff that they put on top of it. But I don't know why that city where my job is, that you would thought they would have done that. Because we do have two massive overhead storage stuff that they put wash water for the filters in. Now all the big clear wells that we have are like halfway underground, halfway above. You probably have them in your city where you see these massive water storage things that are got the little domes on the outside on top of the ground. We have a bunch of those at the plant that holds water before they send it out to the cities there. What time is it getting to be? 6 o'clock. I may cut it. Maybe leave it 6:30 instead of 7. Rest a little bit and then go eat. But I will come back about 9:30ish, and we'll do some more. Like I said, I need to do some wave defenses. I need to do some Corinum solo armadas. And like tomorrow, like I said, we'll hit one of these set. Try to see if we can take down a 70 epic. I haven't watched the new episode of Strange New World. I've heard that they've dropped. I need to go on Paramount Plus and take a look-see at them. Heard mixed reviews. Again, like you said, you're talking about YouTube people. I usually... So maybe I'll do that before we go online. Just watch both episodes of the new Strange New Worlds that dropped. And I do like the series, but there are some aspects of it that worry me. And one of them is like the stupid musical episode. And I've heard that they're going to do a dance episode this season too. So I wish they would stop doing stupid crap like that. But the storyline, you like Pike, you like all the crew members for the most part. Yeah, I hope they kill off Ortegas so they can bring in whoever Sulu, because they're going to transition. So she's not part of Kirk's crew. So maybe they'll kill her off. She's one of the more annoying ones I don't like. But other than that, and yeah, I guess what's her name? The one that's the new Carol Kane. I can do without her character too. But most of the main, when you like the guy that plays Spock, like Nurse Chapel, like Lan, like Una, Pike, he's probably one of the better captains of all the Star Trek. I still think Archer's better. Archer was the best. I think was the best series captain that we've ever that's ever been there. Um, and I still think the worst. I don't count the Discovery chick because she was never really a captain. She just took over a ship. I don't really count her, but I think the worst captain of all was Janeway, very, that's hands down. And Cisco I don't count either because he's was a space station commander. But every time he took out the Defiant, he almost got it destroyed every time. So you know the guy that was whoever was on the space station that was in charge of repairing the ships, you know he had to be cussing every time that Cisco took the Defiant out. Because every episode would end up with the shuttle craft towing it back to the station. You can just see him hearing it. Oh, he took it out, throwing his hat to the ground. Knowing his life is going to be hell for the next few weeks fixing that damn ship. Let's see, let me find where's my sound effect? They have it low, that's how I'll turn some music on. I can find the audio model, where's it at? Overlays, options, Windows, here we go. Sound effects, here we go. Where did it get put? Let's see. Oh, here we go. I might have to turn it down. I gotta see what this. Yeah, it's a little loud. It's like it's a little bit too loud. There we go. And a little bit hot. Turn the fader bar just a little bit. There we go. We'll finish up grinding here. Okay, we'll see where we at. Okay, let's pull that back. Okay, that should have gave us some loot we can pull in the store now. Or I guess I might have to wait till it gets back. That should give us a pull where I didn't have a pull in that uncommon. Let's see if see what we got here. We got enough for one. And a big pull is almost 6 million. I don't know if I want to mine that much. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Finally got some of this dust. The thing is, this is what I want. This is where you get the jump drives. And now I only got 150. I spent some of it not knowing the other day. Kind of makes me mad. Okay, this will get the jump ability for my Enterprise E. That's the goal. That was the best thing I got out of it, was the jump for my Krechna. Will I get it for this one? Maybe, I don't know. But right now the Enterprise E is the one I care about getting it for. Okay, so that one, I put it on a little node. go ahead and send it back. Let's see, do we have a full node anywhere? There's a full node, there's a full node there. Let's go with the full node. Oh. Yeah, it is getting hit. And it's too late now. We'll stop it here when next one spawns. Let's find it. There it is right there. So let's go. Recall, stop. Okay, there's another one coming. For that one. We're gonna get ready for that one. There it is up there. Let's see. 6:18. Guys, I think I'm going to end it right here. I'll be back at about 9:30ish. We'll do some, like I said, we'll do some wave defenses. We'll do some crinum runs, and we'll do the daily stuff. So until next time.